Hey, Quixana. How are things? Hey, Fizby. Did I already do this? Going well. It's Friday. How are you? I'm doing okay. It's just, oh, look, this guy's got a hat. What hat is this? Better cloth. I should give a, whoa. Oh, Jesus. That's bad news if this, the position of this changed. That's really bad. I'm gonna have to save that location somewhere. What are you working on today? Yeah, yeah, skeletons can wear armor, and if they're wearing armor, generally you can, I should say, in all instances right now, it's lootable. Like, it's got a sword, you know, you take that sword. But what I was gonna say was, I should get a skeleton wearing this helmet. That'd be freaking. Actually, I can do that right now. I don't know if I did that yet or not. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Shifting Skies, how you doing? Also, Nick put in the Ashira form, so I can be an Ashira now. It's pretty cool. My new favorite thing. They have a really cool spell casting animation that I never really noticed before. I will help you, brother. We did it together. Ashira forever. Yeah. But yeah. Oh. Is this loading the right texture? Strange. When do you get to make a lizard? That's what I'm asking myself. I mean, I could just go and make the lizards right now. Oh shit. Someone here. It's not loading this properly for some reason. It's weird. Huh. Anyway. To answer your question though of what I'm doing today, I've been like going through all the weapons and just kind of like reorganizing stuff. I figured I could do this. On stream, so that's what I am doing. So never mind. Erkenstaff was doing some animation issues, working on some animation stuff with like the placement of the where the weapons attach to, and as you can see, there's some issues right now. But I figured he was asking me a question about like if some of the weapons were rotated differently or something, and I think some of the original weapons were put in differently, so I just wanted to go through and just kind of make everything the same, so that's kind of what I'm doing right now. We also started setting up the weapons so that the weapons can be dyed different colors and stuff, using the lerp system, so kind of like setting that stuff up as I'm going as well. So just sort of like first a VP. Thanks for the follow. But yeah, it's kind of like boring. What do you call it? Paper, like administrative work almost. So that's what I'm doing right now. And I was rearranging a bunch of stuff with the spears, because we have tridents. I made a two-handed spear, but we're not using it on anything because all these spears and tridents are all one-handed weapons, and the spear it's like, so it needs to be using the animation for one-handed stuff. So we have a two-handed spear we're not really using right now, basically. So I'm going to go over to the axes. Where's the other one? This one. Okay, so save this bad boy. Oh dear. Here's, and we have a staff as well that is kind of a little bit boring. No offense to whoever made it. So I figured it'd be a good opportunity to make it not boring. Hey, Strange Day. What you up to? Oh, why is this? accidentally named these wrong. They look like spears. Chilling, playing Neverwinter Nights. That sounds cool. Is that the MMO one, or is that just the regular Neverwinter Nights single player? Hell's Ridge, what up? Hey, Justin. Finally got a real graphics card. Runs M&M great, nice. Not the MMO one. Yeah. The single player RPG was like that was like one of the first like games that I really got hooked on the story with. It's a good game. Got a halfling druid. Pretty sure I got all the way to the end and everything with that. Okay, let's find the staff. This one is two-handed staff. Non-all, hey man. I'm leveling a little halfling druid right now. I'm feeling that. Nice. Which face did you pick? Critical decision here. This is the staff. Oh, there's this weird size difference there as well. See how this looks, I guess. Also, staff one-hand attack. Staff offhand attack. Set this to use the staff. Stay off. Oops. Duplicate. Stay off. I don't even know what it's using right now. Let's put this guy on there. I'm not sure what it's called, but the black mustache mutton chops combo. Yeah, that's the... I call that one the sheriff. That's the one, like, it's like the handlebar, but it doesn't cover his chin, right? It's like, comes down and then goes up over the lip. It's black and gray. Yeah, I call that one the sheriff. I don't... Pat calls it just like the mutton chops or whatever. That's a good one. My favorite one is the blonde chin strap beard. That's the one I always go to, but the sheriff one is second best one, I'd say. Reminds you of Lemmy. Okay, so one last bit. Staff basic. Oop. Okay, cool. That's all sorted. Now I need to fix it in the database. You know, I was just thinking, speaking of like faces and beards and stuff, I was just thinking, it just occurred to me really, that I don't really remember seeing, well, what I was going to say was I don't really remember seeing a lot of female dwarves using the female beard, the bearded female face, but it also occurred to me that I don't think I really saw a lot of female dwarves in general. It's just interesting. That's surprising, I guess. Well, I don't know, maybe a little bit, but okay, let's do this. Grayscale. Grayscale. I had a blonde female dwarf on a couple times. Oh, that's actually hard to figure out where. That's not bad. Cool. It would be easier to kind of figure out the stuff was going. This weird bug wasn't a thing right now, but it's okay. Shocking, I know. It's okay, man. Okay. So this is a scepter. I want to make like a scepter looking item as well, but since we don't have one right now, we'll just go ahead and give it this guy. We'll fix that later. Great staff. I think all of these are probably gonna just use this. The only thing is if any of these are two-handed, then I'll need to give it a different one. Pretty sure the great staff is a two-handed one. Fairly certain. Primary two-handed, yeah. So that one I need to set up. So let's. I think I already imported, or did I not? Two-handed staff. I did. Okay, so this one's good. Just need to set that up. So we'll go back to weapons. Just gonna go ahead and duplicate this right off the bat because two-handed staff. This one's gonna do two-handed staff attack and then none. Two-handed staff right there. And I actually have a texture for that. Yeah, so I can get rid of this guy. Placeholder two-handed staff, because that's this now. Okay. Then we go down to placeholder two-handed staff. Like that. And then we'll go like that. That. Wand of Flame Burst. I bet this bow staff, great staff, there's two great staffs, one great staff, so I'm gonna bank on that one being two-handed as well. And we'll see who these other guys are. More than halfway through May, and I'm still wearing a hoodie. I guess we're gonna go right into summer this year. Yeah. It's gonna wake up and it's gonna be, everything's gonna be on fire. I set up a little button so that I can like hit next and it'll pop up the music so you guys know what's playing as well. Fancy. Getting so fancy on the stream these days. Unbelievable. Okay, so reload zone for the staff here. Okay, so this is the two-hand. That's worn great staff, two-handed. So I'm gonna have to actually change this model probably, but for now, it does what it needs to. And then so that's worn great staff. We'll do great staff. Two-handed. Okay, as we all suspected, this is going well. Now, bow staff. I don't think I can actually use this because it's monk only. It is two-handed though, so that's good enough for me. Go with that. And this wand, it being a wand, I assume it's one-handed. Okay, so yeah, that'll have to be something else, but we'll leave it for now. Liz Kimber. Early in the week I woke up to nearly freezing temps. As you say, it's May, I guess. Summer will be short and late this year. And it's been getting warm here. We're running the AC right now, so it's AC weather for us. Also need to do the bracers on that. The UK, we never have AC. Yeah, so when I guess it was last summer when the heat wave was hitting the UK and stuff. You know, me being a dumb American, I was like, oh, what that, you know, what's the big deal? You know, sure it's hot, but like, you know, but I guess I didn't realize that like you guys don't have really a need for AC generally, you know, historically. So, and that makes a lot of sense. I apologize for my dumb American ways. It's funny too because I have family in the United Kingdom. Now it is humid here, and so frankly, it keeps it more of us may change minds. But we don't have them as a whole, only offices. And why would you know about UK heating or cooling requirements if you haven't or don't live there? Yeah, that's true. I've been to Ireland just a handful of times. That's all. So okay, so I'd say the staves are in a good spot. Two-handed, that's just a placeholder, but actually we need to change that because it's not referencing that correct thing anymore. Okay, cool, let's say that's good. Staves are good, and I need to do. I could make a scepter really quick out of this, actually. Womp. Womp. How big is the... I'm not looking for a mace. I'm looking for a mace. Bone mace. Okay, I judged appropriately. Cool. Export config. Import new asset. Scepter. Spear 2. I'll leave that one. Okay. Corpus C. It's nice to be able to make staves with more polygons than a cylinder. Yeah, this one, this one's got like a little gem on it or whatever, but this being a two-handed one, I'm probably gonna, I might make this one like a one-handed one and then do something different for the two-handed one. Because I don't know, that one looks kind of, I don't know, well, we'll see. Because there's a difference between, like, in my mind anyway, there's a difference between a staff that like a caster has and like a staff that like a monk uses. I don't think a monk should be using a staff that has like a gem on the front or something. Or the one that is like decorated and ornate and stuff. So I just need to make sure that there's at least options for those two so that we don't have any overlap like that. I'm just inspired watching you guys make stuff in Unity. I've been faffing around in Unity for ages, but never made much of anything, as I have less than zero artistic talent. But you guys are inspiring me to try anyway, just because you all make it look so darn reasonable. Yeah, man, if you just make fun little, you know, even you can make fun little low poly stuff. It doesn't have, not everything has to be like ultra high poly realistic, you know. I think some of the stuff that Sean made at the beginning with the capsule people and all the weapons that he made, they're really charming and really nice. I was saying on a stream the other day that I still really liked the animations he did for that, the little capsule animations, they're very simple, but they're very fun and charming. I like them. Just keep on pulling out of this. It's gonna get confusing with Scythe and Scepter. I'm gonna get mixed up with, I bet. Okay, so these would be used one-handed. They're gonna use the Mace, I suspect. They're bludgeoning weapons, essentially, so. Oops. So this guy's using. Actually, I want this to use this one. Monks would use Oaken, or however you spell it, rather than caster staves. No, I like you. I think you overestimate my abilities. There's blind dead frogs who are more artistic than my best. Yeah, but can those blind dead frogs operate a mouse and keyboard? I think you still have an advantage over them. Bit like EQ sheet. Sometimes you just gotta make something, except it looks bad, and use it anyway. Maybe the enchanter could have a form of capsule spell to cast on self. I mean, there's a possibility that we have some sort of like capsule illusion or something as for like GM events or something like that. But we'd have to keep all the assets for that in game, because they're on their own set of animations and everything. Which is probably not terribly difficult. We just got to make sure we haven't really like been sticking things in the trash can anyway, generally speaking. But like whenever we do come around to you know, clearing out old stuff. Verse 1. Is this something that we can... Okay, it is something we can equip, so... Well, we'll do that too. Yeah, the lanterns show up And so Ollie put in this new thing with lanterns. So you can turn them off. 9 p.m. So you can turn it off. Turn it on and off at will. So that like if it's daytime, and you don't want to like burn out your lantern or your torch or whatever, you can turn it off without having to like move it around, which is nice. Okay, so there's the wand. That looks nice. It's hard to really see because it's all black, but I can do a text, like a pass on texture stuff later. Those nuts must be toasty. Okay, so that looks good. I assume I don't. Just for the sake of being thorough, I'm just gonna pull this up too. Okay. Oh. Okay. Cool. Good. Done. What else we got? Save this. Oh Lord. It's a lot of things there. Let's read. See if that fixes it. It did not. Okay, that's unfortunate. But we're moving on here. So we got staves. They're good to go. Let's go back up to the top here. Axe. Oh. Oh shit. This has the wrong. Dang it. One-handed staff. One. Okay, axe. Two-handed axe 01. Which one is this? What are we on? Two-handed axe 01. So this is the original, the OG axe. And that one lives here. Basic axe. Grattan, you are renamed. And then this one is X02. That's this guy. That's weird, it doesn't have a material with it. I wonder how that is achieved. So I wonder if I want to do that. Export FDX. Is there a thing to turn out materials? Mesh, armature. There is no armature. So the biggest thing about doing this is, so notice how like some of these, we can even zoom in close enough. Some of these guys are, they're facing the wrong way, or at least these swords are like laying on their side. Some of them are like that, and then some of them are not. Some of them are straight up. So that's the biggest thing I'm going through right now and doing is like making sure they're all facing the right way, facing the same direction at least. So, but you know, along in doing all these, I'm also cleaning up naming conventions and stuff, just to organize stuff, because I like organizing things. Apparently, that's one of my skills, it seems. Exa 1, the OG. I'll just make a new one. One-handed. What? Wait. This is one-handed? That's tragic. I'm not gonna make this a one-handed weapon. Having a standard of names and things makes everyone's life easier. Even if it is all weapons pointed up. Yeah, it definitely. My hope is that it will make things like setting the foundation now. It will be a bigger deal later on or something, so that I can be the hero and everybody can be like, yeah, go Zukan, give him a raise, you know. But I think even if it's like I imagine it would have to happen at some point, right? Or we could just have like a terrible structure and just deal with it as well, but I don't know, I'm too OCD for that. So if this is supposed to be a one-handed, but it's too big, I'm actually going to make a one-handed one. Let's find scepter again. Is this what I think it is right now? Oh man, we got a bunch of Engons here, my boys. This is not okay. I'll have to fix this too. It's fine when there's 20 things. When there are 200,000 things, no. Yeah, so that's why I like doing it now when we have like 5 things. It's probably better to do it now. Okay, so let's go back to select all by trait, faces by sides, greater than 4. So yeah, this whole thing, well, the whole, yeah, I'm just gonna do some stuff to this. Never really realized that this is this way. I'm just gonna delete this whole thing. Oh, what is this? It's a weird, that just looked weird. I'm actually gonna split this whole thing off. Half. Add a modifier to this. So I'm only working on half of this. Like this. Connect. is happening here, friends? Is there a face still here? What? That's... Okay. What? How many? It's just like... It's like blocking the edge from continuing on. This is an Engon too, son of a bitch. I mean, at this point, I should just connect these, right? Mesh, normals. It's been a little bit weird still. We'll fix that in a second here. This looks weird to me now. I'm not really looking at reference, which I should probably totally be doing, but I can always iterate on it. But what I was trying to do was make like a quick one-handed axe or something, since the one quote-unquote one-handed axe we have right now is like basically a two-handed. It looks like a two-handed battle axe. So. Let me pull up something. Let's grab an image or something. Yeah, like I was just trying to get like something that looked like this blade at least. I just want this blade shape, that's all. I think it was just that extra loop that was making things weird for me. Thicker. All right. That's better. Better looking. A little bit. Now, oh wait, no, we want mesh normals, set faces. Cool, and then we'll make this a real thing so it's got two sides again. Should have merged everything. Okay. Then we'll join this back to the a bit. I'm gonna just pull these in. That. Clear, sharp, transforms, set normals, And we'll go Mark Sharp. Actually, let's not do that. Mark that sharp. That one. Be sharp. That sharp. And that's good. We have our axe, one-handed axe. Do that even. Something like that. Okay. Now I want to export that as an FPX. One-handed axe 01. That's what we're calling it. Import new asset. One-handed X01. Red. Okay. So let's go back to this. Pop that in there. Set that up. This is going to be one-handed axe attack. Axe offhand attack. I don't know what texture I've got on this, or what the alignment is. It's probably this one. How many base weapon models are you going to have for reskins and stuff? And I assume you'll do specialized models for raid drops. We haven't made like a list or anything. I'm just kind of making stuff. I'm making stuff kind of based on right now I'm in sort of filling archetype roles for the weapons. So we have a one-handed axe that we need, and we have this guy. Where is it? We have this. This was, technically is, or whatever, the one-handed axe that we've been using, but in my mind it's like, it's pretty big, and it's weird to have like a double-bladed one-handed axe like that. So I don't know, I just made a quick like hatchet looking thing. So that's just me just trying to fill that role, and then this guy would be, this is the two-handed axe. Index 01. So that's kind of where my mind is at. We don't really have like a list. We haven't planned it out super well or anything. So I'm just trying to get a baseline of everything, and then we could easily just take what of the things we've built, we can like just see what we can do creatively with making more skins and stuff for what we have. We're not when we make stuff, we don't really plan on how many different ways we can like reskin it. Generally there's some things that maybe it makes more sense or it's more obvious, but for the weapons so far it hasn't been like that. However, the system that we have does a lot of the same way like the characters and the armor can be like tinted different colors by the system. We're doing that with weapons as well, so even if we just have one texture or a weapon, we can still get a couple different colors and stuff and call it like a different weapon, like a rusty weapon or a fine steel, or you know, we could get like some magical colors like a blue or a red or something and call it like the flaming dagger or the bloody dagger or something like that. So we can do a lot of things with just what we have already. So that's why I'm not too worried about it. And then adding like an actual second texture, like a reskin, and then we could dye that multiple of ways as well. So I think there's a lot of mileage out of just a couple things. So I'm just trying to get a baseline of archetypes for like the silhouette and stuff right now. So X. All of these are wrong now. Book? What? Oh, wait. An introduction to lumberjacking. Okay. Tells you to get an axe, I presume. Hammer basic. What? One club? Why are you here? It's weird. Okay. This is textures. I want to go to the model thing. Where's the axe basic? Axe basic. Oh, I didn't name this right. Cool. Right on. Okay, I think we're good now. So, I can go through these and make assumptions here. Rusty bronze axe. I'm guessing that's a one-handed weapon. Battle axe. That's a 2. Relative lumberjack axe. Mining pick. Rusty axe. There's actually a lot of two-handed axe out there, it seems like. Bronze axe. Let's log in and see what we've done. Gotcha. I'm guessing there are a lot of art submissions on the Discord. Art submissions, as in people like sending us like models and stuff. We haven't gotten anything like that. There's been a couple of people who did like fan art though. That's pretty cool to see. Senior Angus. If I submit a high fidelity salami model, would you implement it as one-handed mace? Maybe. Okay, this is facing an incorrect. Oh, it's fine. Okay. That looks pretty cool actually. Oh, I like that. I don't like the weird rotation, but the axe looks cool. That looks really good, actually. For just a quick grayscale and stuff. It's like an ebony bladed axe or something. Cool. Okay, so that works. Rusty bronze axe. Those obviously are two-handed or single-hand weapons. Two of them. So let's go down to Rusty axe. No doubt is going to be another simple one-handed item. So yeah, there's a bug right now. Arkan staff is working on some stuff, so it rotated the weapons. The benefit of a salami mace is that it would hopefully make a hilarious smacking sound when you attack. Just might. Tarnished axe. Okay. Good. All good things so far. I'm gonna summon this real quick because I think. Okay, that is definitely two-handed. Whoops. Let's try this. Need an adult. It's like I got a weird metal detector or something. I need to go over by the, I'm gonna go over by the smugglers, so that I can get a couple more smacks in before they die, perhaps. Test out the animations a little bit more before they die. I don't know what level these, oh, crocodiles could do as well. Why am I punching them? Of course, they roam, so it'd be easier actually to have the smugglers because they stay in one place. Also, I just like this camp.
The brave man slain, Valkyrier ways. Reward for strength.
Okay, so yeah, this works. Let's get rid of this guy. I'm just gonna put that on. We're just gonna go down the list now, because I got both of these set up now. Oh, that's got a battle axe. Why has it got a sword? I wonder if I could find the icons. Icon HID. That should be this, friend. There we go. Come here, you. Sneak attack.
We who fight for we who fall.
Right on. It's a nice axe. Some damage. Alright, mining pick, we will skip. This, oh wait, this, okay. This one, we'll do that in preparation for the other guy. Rusty axe we did. Axe basic. This guy. Two-handed. Cool. I'm not even gonna reload that. We're just gonna keep on going here. Axe basic. Literally says two-handed, so I think it's safe to assume at this point all these things. Okay. Oops, wrong button. All right, so everything else here. Lumberjack. Okay, I need to replace. I need to replace that with this, don't I? So we need to set up the second one there. This guy's good. I need to fix up that model as well in a sec here, but let's set up the other axe. Did I even import that? Did. Okay. Let's two-handed attack. None. Slap that in there. Are these supposed to be addressable? Maybe it's... Okay, well... That is that. I think I actually have a texture for this one. That. And then duplicate this. Like that. And we're done. Easy. Easy 7 steps. However many that was. Hiya! Sneak attack. Cool. This was... Oh, that's the battle axe. Wait. Do I want this one on this one? Hang on a minute. Did we put that on there? Wait, what? Oh, we put... I guess we put that there. I'll leave it. I guess. Furnished is that. Well. Wait, what? Wait, what? I put on... This should be this, right? Wait, that one should be that one, but... Two-handed axe. That one... Rusty two-hand should actually be this. I put the wrong axe on all of those guys. Okay, that's better. Okily dokily. Okay, so that's the right axe. And then summon this lumberjacking axe. Okay. It's not really loading. There we go. Okay. Cool. Everything's like gray right now, but Tama. What's up, Tama? Didn't I just kill you, bud? Okay, so these are good. Axes are done. Neat. Well, actually, I wanted to actually fix up this, this other two-handed one. it's got some engons and shit. Cash override. Thanks for the follow. No, thank you. All right, you do you, man. Don't know what's happening, but I respect your decision. Would you be able to apply higher level textures to these weapons, kind of like how you did with the dragon shield versus the normal one? Or would these mostly be recolors? Yeah, we can apply like higher level stuff to the, you know, as long as it matches the UVs, we can put anything on there. But we're keeping stuff like, at least for the weapons and things, we're making them the textures a little bit smaller because they don't really need that much, you know. Plus, like, everybody's gonna load them. All the players, you have to load everyone's stuff and that sort of thing. So, just like from an efficiency standpoint, I think it's better. But I'm not like, I don't know the technical side of stuff that well. Under the hood stuff. I was saying no thank you to the bot. Oh. I gotcha. Yeah, I thought you, I was confused, yeah. No, thank you, Mr. Bot. And one of my coworkers and I used to do a thing like that where we would just keep saying like, no, thank you. No, thank you. And just so you know, the inflection of it was different each time. Trying to make it sound slightly different, I guess. Okay, how did we do? Do we have any endguns on this still? Select trait faces greater than 4. We got a bunch of quads there, and I'm seeing no endguns anymore. Although this, but I'm looking at this. Something there, or what happens if I do this? That's being weird. Oh well, it'll just have to be weird, I guess. So let's bring that all together. And then we'll do make sharp. I'll just leave that. Actually, let me reset it real quick. Normals. Now we do that again. Sharp. Cool. And I'll re-export this. I'm actually going to make this slightly longer too, actually. Make it a formidable. Hopefully that's not too big, though. Let's see. Where's the scythe? If I can even oops. So I think size-wise that's good. Seems okay. We'll see. I gotta check it on Ogre, probably. Let's actually get rid of this. And then get rid of that. Actually just gonna merge this in there. Probably don't need that many edges there. I'm gonna do this. Oops. Boom. Trying to flare out the blade. It's not doing what I want. Oh well, I'll just do it like this. That looks better. That looks rad. That looks like a fucking battle axe. I don't know if that's too many edges or not though, but fuck it. Okay. Turn that off, turn this off. Let's export this again. This is battle axe, or axe, two-handed axe 01. That's what it is. Copy that. Paste that. Bam. Voombra, I didn't say hey to you. How you doing? Shmoni? Oh man, I always stumble over that. That's a difficult one for me. Senior Angus, don't know if I said hey to you, but how's it going, man? Just call it from every Molly Hatchet album cover. Yeah, it does look pretty pretty metal, doesn't it? I think it looks more like something out of one of the paintings than it did before as well. Those all those paintings we always reference. Okay. Let's grab tarnished two-handed axe. Let's take a look. Damn. That's really cool, actually. I like that. Okay, so let's do Ogre illusion here. Oh lord, that is a big axe. I was thinking about shrinking the scale up that the ogres get. Where the hell is everybody? Those palm trees are scared. They ought to be, dude. I'm ready for battle. Look at this. Alright, come at me, bro. Hopefully the hand placement gets a bit better when this guy's on a new rig or something. The ogre is a little bit goofy right now. And his helmet doesn't work right now either. It looks pretty awesome at that size, to be honest. Just needs that two-hand carry attack animation. What a chonker. Yeah. Hey, Pattis. Oh. That looks like it reads to Dingo, but it's probably Todd and Go. And that's probably more realistic. How you go? Welcome. Thanks for the follow, Todd and Go. Welcome to the channel. There's some weirdness with the placement of, or the bone that the weapon attaches to, but somehow it corrects itself when it's in combat. So yeah. Yeah, everybody loves this water, man. Looks great. Very excited for the test and your product. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting more people, or I should say, to the next test that we have. People can get their hands on it again. Yeah, so that's axes. We're done with axes, I think. We're good to go. Good to go there. Got those sorted out. We're pleased with that stuff. What's next? Swords. We got a bunch of swords, I guess. I want to redo or change the size of this two-handed axe blade. It's just outrageous, the size it is. It's outrageous. Kind of crazy how fast you guys are adding things. That's the benefit of things being low poly and only using a diffuse map. So, you know, we can throw stuff together. Like I just made like 2 new weapons. Just like in the process of going through these, I added the scepter and the one. I made like a one-handed axe. Then I fixed up that two-handed axe. So I mean, like, these aren't really done because the textures aren't really squared away on them. But like, you know, it'd be good enough to use. It's like good enough to use right now, right? So. Hey, John. Is the front newbie yard finished as far as terrain textures go? I don't think so, no. I think stuff is still largely being, like, environment art is largely using placeholder textures still. So the newbie yard, I think the sand maybe is what we're more or less gonna roll with, but like buildings and rocks and things, they're all using like a temporary sort of placeholder thing. So do I have a section for daggers? I put the dagger in here. I have a dagger section, okay. I'm compelled to now check this stuff for more ingons. I think we're good there. Okay. I don't think I need to change anything here, honestly. Okay, let's go through it. Oh shit, what did I just do? Oh fuck, I just moved some shit, something. Is there a way to like arrange this stuff in well, hopefully I didn't, I mean, if I did anything, it was just like moving a folder probably, so. But yeah. It'd be nice if like the changes you could like order them in chronological order or something, so you could see like the last thing you did in case you fucked something up. That'd be a handy tool for idiots like me, I think. Okay, so this is... What is this? This is just a short sword, I guess. I guess it's a short sword. Yeah, that's the long sword. Saber. Okay, we'll start with this. Short sword, basic. Yeah, I control Alt Z right away. Wasn't sure if it would undo some dumb folder stuff though or not, but I think it did. I think we're good. Uh-oh. Okay, let's jump to this guy. Let's duplicate that. What? Did I already do this? Wait, what? Oh, I'm on the wrong folder. Okay. Son of a bitch. Okay, this. I want that. I need to make a... Just put this in here or something. Jump. Sword 01. I want to change this to sword one-handed attack and sword offhand attack. Short sword basic, we'll just change that. Okay. We're good there. Actually, I think I have. I should just put this on the. Oh, it's already on. Okay. Like all the weapons are using this one texture, pretty much. So, except for this guy and a couple of these, but need to change those. So, there's probably going to be a lot of sword. Yeah. Let's do this. Narrow it down. Grab this rusty short sword, summon that bad boy. Why is it shadow? It's very shady here. Okay. So this needs to be sword. One grayscale at least. Easy. Looks pretty good in grayscale even. Using the right things there, I assume. Black and white MMO when? Yeah, it's a silent, it would be a silent, like a silent film. You log in, it's all gray. There's no sound, except for like someone playing piano in the background. Every time you hit something, with your sword, and pops up on screen. Clash slam. Dude, imagine being in a raid with that. You wouldn't be able to see anything. Those things would be popping up so rapidly. Just give you a seizure. Yeah, your screen would be covered with words and numbers, like your PC out. Yeah. So interestingly, this silver-edged kukri. It might actually look good in grayscale, funnily enough. I might actually just leave that when we actually do the legit color pass on it. I'm fairly confident that all of these are just, they all just need to be like this, so I'm just gonna go down the line here. Trainee Spellblade. Film noir style MMO. Oh man, this comes with an effect on it. That's cool. How come? Oh, how come all these other classes can use this? That's weird. Uh-oh, I clicked the wrong thing. What? Oh, it procced. Nice. That's cool. But yeah, I want these might need to. I mean, not that it really matters because it's no drop, and presumably that this is like a reward for doing the Spellblade quest. But it's just weird that other races, other classes can use it. Or yeah. Anyway, doesn't matter. So that's good. These are all good. Let's go back to just sword. We'll do great sword. Ooh, let's just do sword first. Of course, that's not going to. Oh man, that's not going to get rid of everything, is it? That's just sword. I bet you could like edit this thing so it only. Maybe if I just delete this. Wait, no. Weird. Sword. I want type HIDs. Let's do this. Apply filter. Okay, that didn't work. What the hell, man? Isn't that what we wanted? What's type? Oh, okay. I meant model. I'm an idiot. Sword. Model HID. Doi. It's at the bottom or something. There you go. Okay, apply that. It's probably going to still show great sword, though. I mean, it's showing all the swords actually. Because can I do? What if I do this? Okay, that doesn't. It doesn't. It wants those. Percent signs. And I just, how do I just get it to do sword as is? Okay, that broke it. My bad. My bad, Mario. Okay, we'll just do this. I tried. I'll just sort. I'll do a sort. Model HID sort. Okay. So these guys are good to go. Sword two hand. Sword long basic. Yeah, this will work. Close everything, delete the VOD. Yeah. Nobody must know my shame. I gotta put on my like my distraction screen next time I do weird shit. So you guys don't know, I goofed. Okay, sword 2. Sword, one-handed sword 02. Where are we? Which sword basic? Sword, long sword basic. Sword two-handed basic. I also forgot to turn this off. I don't know if these need to be addressable, but some of these are addressable, so it's probably a wise decision to actually, I don't know. I don't know if it matters or not. We'll find out, I guess. If it breaks everything, John, it's your fault. You're the fall guy. But we'll change this one to that for now. Paste. Duplicate the prefab. Rename the prefab. Or not. There we go. One-handed sword 02. Let's check it out. What am I doing here? Got the longsword. Okay, well that's the thing. I'm like an assassin now, running all cool like an anime guy. That's neat. Holding them sideways, stabbed myself. No big deal. I don't feel the pain. I'm a tough guy. There we go. Okay. So those are good. I will go down to the bottom here. Safe to assume those are all working properly. Oh. Interesting new bug has arose. Bug discussion here.
I todos esteros I båda oriketon alikliston podon to sono narakolothi aristitoni toro.
Hello, Mr. Black Knight or Red Knight. I'm a little bronze. Take that back. How you doing, man? He's using them like a walker. Ski poles. Plus 15% speed. Yeah, we should have a walking stick that makes you walk faster, right? Anyone got a name for that style of sword grip? Also, howdy everyone, how are we doing? Hey Gribbles. I think it's just called reverse grip. It's the Batosai grip. You holding the sword backwards. Reverse grip. Reverse blade sword. I don't know. I was trying something. It didn't work. Okay, so moving on, we got the Saber next. Let's export this. And our Saber is here. Copy. Paste. Bingo. Longsword basic. I can actually get rid of these two because those are the old ones. I can get rid of this Saber too. I'm about to replace that. Okay. Cool. So this one actually has its own texture. You can use this guy. Get rid of these two. Just half basic. Earth Grip. Is it actually called Earth Grip? Uh-oh. Earth Grip is the term our HEMA group used for reverse grip. I realized the tips were touching the dirt. Might be a fun pun after they called it reverse. I see. Very strange. Like if that's an actual grip, it's It's a very peculiar grip. Curious how it would be used in a combat situation, I guess. Those look pretty fucking cool in grayscale. Okay, so those are good. The next bit I need to do after all of this as well, obviously, is to, you know, make them not grayscale. But there's like a lot of text, like that's texture work. That's a whole bunch of stuff, but I figured it'd be easier just to get everything like set up. Actually, have a scimitar one. We're not using it. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and then we got 4. What's 4? Oh, this guy. Kind of forgot about this one. Is this one even in game? I think it is. Okay. I don't think there's really this one isn't really used yet. On any items or anything. Is this even using any textures right now? I don't remember. Maybe it's using this one. I'll apply it to something though. I'll see what would be good. Suppose I probably have a ooh, I could put on this. That'll be neat. What is a kukri anyway? Is that an actual weapon? Oh, it's like the Yakesh blade. It's a curved sword for chopping. But it curves forward instead of backward. Okay. Yeah, so I guess this one would not be the best for it. I have a placeholder. Or test sword. Put it on that, I guess. Gonna have to make a sword like that. You can't not have a kukri blade. Let's do 4, right? Short sword of Yukesha is seared into my mind of melee vanilla. Yeah. How come I don't have both of them? Also, my helmet's missing, so something went wrong there. What the hell is going on here? Something's broken. Got it in one hand there. Yeah, something just messed up. Hope I didn't break nothing. It's weird. Something's definitely being weird right now. Let's try a different zone.
Quick question. When was the last time you hit save?
There, I'd save. I want to get rid of all these. I wish. at all these messed up textures. Oh shit. Good thing I just saved, huh? Blender literally could not keep up with me there. Yeah, so something's broken with maybe this sword. Weird. Shit, I hope it's not like that. I wonder if it's just this item. Let's put that on something else. Let me double check if I did anything wrong with this as well. One-handed sword. 04. There's something weird with this guy. Oh, here it is. I forgot to do that. Okay, maybe that's why I was breaking. Crisis averted. Yeah, that's what was wrong. That's not the first time I've blended Blender on stream, huh? Seems to happen a lot when you're around. Coincidence? Who knows? Go a little bit slower this time. This music, this is from Assassin's Creed. I'm gonna have to make a little thing. This is Assassin's Creed Odyssey soundtrack, and this particular song plays a lot when you're doing the boat combat. You're doing you're fighting other ships with your ship. It's a fun game, man. I tried getting the DLC, the Atlantis DLC, and then all of a sudden, every time I tried to load up the game, it was like, you're not verified for this DLC. And I didn't look. I'm sure if I looked into it, there's a way to solve that, but I just I hate the Ubisoft launcher thing that because I bought it on Steam, and then when you launch it on Steam, it loads up the other thing, and you have to verify through that shit too. And I just I want to play the game again, but I need to reinstall it at this point because I rage uninstalled it because of that stuff. I guess I'll have to look into it because I kind of want to play it again. Play it some more, I should say. Hey Nicodemus, how are you? He's tired, boss. Nice to be home from work and able to be here. What did I miss? I'm just going through weapons right now. I'm just like organizing weapons, renaming them, and setting them up so that we can like do the same sort of color change that we're doing for the armor for the weapons as well. So we can have like rusty weapons that are brown, and then like fine steel weapons that are not brown, that sort of thing. So that's what we've been up to. So it wasn't the zone or anything. It was me. So I can go back to smuggler camp. This texture, the armor texture for this, I haven't put in the latest stuff yet. I'll hang out with the ghouls over here for a bit. Oh shit, there's a sand giant there. There's like a sand giant that roams onto the island here. Sand giants don't like the daytime though. What? I can't hit you? Wait, what am I doing here? Why am I attacking you? There we go. What the hell? Are these like really slow? What is this? Oh my god. This test sword has a delay of 255. No wonder. Who made this? It weighs seven donuts as well. Alright, let's get rid of this. So I'm glad we tested that sword out and didn't just assume stuff would work. Because it didn't work. Big damage on hit though. Yeah, hitting for 90. I wonder if the delay has anything to do with how much you hit for when you do hit. Because the sword only had like 4 damage. It's weird. Anyway, we're finally onto the greatsword, which I kind of want to change the size of a bit here, because it is enormous. Like compared to the axe and the staff, like it towers over everything. Like, if we go to the two-handed staff, I think the two-handed staff maybe is a little bit too small, but like the two-handed sword is like one entire gnome extra in length. So I need to make this smaller. And bring it down a bunch. We'll see what that looks like. It's probably going to be an iterative thing here. Also, while I'm at it, I'm gonna do this. Greater than 4. Okay. Does this have stuff the wrong way around right now? What is this? Why does it look so goofy here? Oh. That's that looks more reasonable, at least on the human. Uh, I don't know, people will be sad that it's not a huge sword anymore though. It's still plenty big though. I think I'll shorten the handle though. Yeah, I think what needs to happen maybe is something like this. Son of a bitch. There we go. That's a plenty big sword. It's very green though. Still pretty big on the ogre. Still, I think I can solve this. I think I'm gonna shrink the because so the ogre has like all the weapons attached to like a dummy bone on all the characters, and if I change the scale of that dummy bone, it makes the weapons that attach to it larger or smaller as well. So I think what I might do is just make that the ogre one a little bit smaller. Oh shit. There you go. He's got a dagger now. Just flat 2 would be good enough. I'm rooted. Hey, Chaz. Can you scale each weapon separately on each race? Technically, yes. That's something that I can do, but I basically have to duplicate the sword. I'd have to make a new prefab of the sword specifically for the ogre. I think this is a good size, though. I think just scaling it down to 2 is good. Still big. Oh, if I change this weapon, is it going to reset the scale, I wonder? Let's see. Maybe not. Okay. Yeah, I think 2 is good. Looks good on the axe too. I am happy with this. Although, how does it? I wonder how it's going to impact smaller weapons though. Yeah, that's not bad. That still looks good too. That's wicked though. Dagger? Let's see. Rusty dagger. That's pretty small. But it's also a dagger. I don't know. I think I may be okay with that, honestly. I'd rather have like smaller weapons be kind of small than bigger weapons be too big. Because when it gets too big, it looks really cartoony. Having it being small on an ogre just makes sense. It's an ogre, you know? So I think it's fine. I think that it's a better of the two ways to go. I think this is the better way to do it. We need that guts sword. What guts sword? You can include it in the data for the weapon if something needs to be a little bit bigger or smaller in a case-by-case basis. I don't know if there's a scale column for items anyway. For NPCs, there's like you can change the scale in the data. But if we did it for items, then it would be across the board. So like that item would look bigger on humans and gnomes as well, or smaller on human gnomes as well. So the only way to make it race specific is to either control all the weapon attachments on that race on their bones, or to make a specific prefab of that item for that race. So like if I wanted this dagger to be larger on ogres only, but the same size on everybody else, then I would just duplicate this this dagger prefab, and then I would just scale it up inside there, and then I would only let ogres equip that particular prefab, which isn't too hard to do. We already have that stuff set up, but I don't think we need to do that yet. I don't think there's a need for it. I think like this clipping kind of sucks. Maybe I can try and move the bone or something. I just need to make sure it doesn't like interfere with other things. I think it could probably be moved up, honestly, because this sword is clipping too. So I think it depends on. I'm gonna wait on because the ogre isn't even on the final rig yet. Like this model is out of date, and the rig he's on is out of date. So when he's on his final rig, maybe that's a better time to change it or whatever. But I at least like the size of that. I'm actually going to go ahead and change this now because that worked out. We'll go. I'll just make it a flat 2. Because that looked good. Small for an ogre, but perfect size. Stuck in a gnome. Still need to make that sword that's made out of gnome parts. I kind of want to make that sword. It's gonna be cool. I agree, smaller on the large races looks better. Just make the bigger face look bigger. Just makes the bigger race look bigger. Yeah, that's my thought too. Will be a fun system to make short swords count as daggers for ogres, but daggers are useless to them. Maybe. That would be interesting, Gribbles. I don't know how that would be achieved. That would have to be done probably on the data side by smarter people than I. But that's a pretty cool. I actually don't know if we're doing like armor sizing. Like in EverQuest, there was like large, medium, and small versions of like plate and stuff when you're crafting it. I don't even know if we're doing that right now. So I would imagine if we did the weapons thing that you just mentioned, it would make sense to follow through across with other things and do like different size armors. And I don't even know if we're doing that yet. So I have a feeling that would cause a DPS imbalance. Oh yeah, maybe. I could see that. I mean, you could also look at it as like racial traits. If you like, depending on how you looked at it, because like, you know, I guess like because Ixar back in the day they couldn't wear plate armor, but of course that was changed later on as well. So I don't know. But yeah, so let's do. Actually, let me do this. I'll look up the actual color for this stuff. Let's log back in. Oop. Yeah, I have no idea how the code works. I have never worked on a game before beyond tabletop. It's a bit easier for me to implement there. Yeah. Dagger part would be easy. Just remove ogres from the race. I could use them. By that logic, an ogre dagger would be a smaller race's short sword. Doing them as a racial trait might be fun. You could have some large weapons that can only be used by large races. C1, like didn't they do that? There were like some like two-handed weapons that like weighed a ton that only like ogres and trolls could wear or use. There weren't a whole lot of them, I think, but like there were some that were. I think they were more like weapons that you wouldn't really use or you'd give to your pet or something. But I think they existed from what I recall. Okay, so this is tarnished. Let's do bronze too. See how that looks. See if that does anything. Wasn't there a sword called a giant's toothpick? Maybe. That doesn't ring any bells to me, but I didn't pay attention to a lot of items, to be honest with you. That looks kind of tarnished. That's cool. I think that the texture for this weapon needs to be cleaned up more so, but yeah. What would be a good like crystal color here? Let's try this one. Tell your friends about me. Got all these weapons now, I gotta delete all these things. I think the idea is neat, but it gets needlessly complex. Yeah. Hey, look at that crystal sword. That's kind of cool. That's how weapons worked in 3.5. So you aren't wrong, but people love it. I mean, it's kind of neat. It plays on the whole size differences and stuff. Like, you know. But yeah, it's like, which way do you lean? Do you lean towards the RPG more so, or do you lean more towards certain gamifying elements like balancing weapon itemization and stuff? Luckily, I don't have to worry about that. So. So I'm not doing that stuff. So these are all using the same thing. The slasher. Ooh, I wonder what that is. Sounds like a cool weapon. That's for the game designers to worry about. Yeah. Check out my cool fiery sword. It's all red and shit. Matches my shoulders. Do you think the other devs... Hey, Cypher. Do you think the other devs that do work on that stuff feel cursed when they hear an idea that would be neat, but they know how complicated it would be? I no more, probably no more so than I feel cursed when people suggest like crazy complicated character art ideas. I think if they like the idea enough, they're willing to put in the work. Or there's some way to make it easier. It's like a blood sword. Yeah, it's a fiery greatsword. I want to make like I'm gonna make one that actually is more fiery eventually for that, but that's not what we're doing right now. So it just gets a red color for now. Okay, so that's all the swords. Are there not more swords? Sword. I feel like we're missing stuff. Oh, we got claw weapons. Why are these showing up as swords? I wonder what icons we have that would actually work for the claw weapons. Oh, I could give it the gloves. I will do that. That'd be fun. Gloves. Let's see if those work at all first. Slashing weapon equals sword. Are they slashing? Should the claws be slashing? I guess technically you could slash with them, but I was kind of thinking they were like fist weapons, even though they've got blades and shit. Zombie trainee. How you doing, man? Thanks for the follow. Slash and pierce. Slash and pierce and punch. Yeah, it's just like a triple attack. That'd be cool. I'm sure that wouldn't be OP at all. Clearly John plays a monk. Trying to get them to be all OP and shit already. This guy. Fair enough. I felt cursed after I got started sculpting Sarnak battle shield today. I never sat down and looked at all the phalange that... Yeah, man. I've been there. I've like started working on something. Like, I was like, oh, this is gonna be cool. This is a cool, like, I love this thing. And then when you actually study it, you realize like how much stuff is in there. And you're like, I don't want to do this anymore. That's a cool shield though. I do like that shield. I would like to make that shield as well one of these days. For my own sake. taking a while to load here. There we go. Oh, that placement looks kind of... Oh, right, yeah, it is off because everything's off right now. But yeah, that's cool that that works though. So I'm just gonna go ahead and give all of these gloves. Test stealthy claw. What is this? I don't know if I should look at this. Lamp. Interesting. This is like a blade that gives light or something. Oh shit. Damn. That's cool. Yeah, by the way, guys, for those, I was talking about this earlier, just so some of you know what's coming on. One of the things that Ollie added recently was the ability to turn off and on your lantern. So you don't have to take it off during the day if you want to save on fuel. Just click it off and it should save. It turns it off and shouldn't drain any lantern fuel or anything. Now that's like with all the light sources. And it looks like if you have two light sources like this, it looks like it's turning off the other one. So you're only ever draining one of them, which is nice. Fire Beetle I ran out so fast last playtest. Yeah. Yeah, those eyes. I kind of feel like I suppose now that we have the ability to like turn stuff on and off, you could like manage it to like really get you know, more out of it. I think we should also be able to put some of those smaller things like Fire Beetle eyes and like light stones on the hip as well. I don't actually know where they normally equip, but they should definitely be equipable on the hip, because that way I can actually make like a Fire Beetle eye just kind of dangling from your belt. That'd be cool. And a light stone. But yeah, I kind of feel like the Fire Beetle eye should at least last like one night cycle. I don't know how long it actually lasts right now. I think it's like, I don't know, half an hour. I don't know. It's like nighttime is longer than half an hour as well, so not sure. But that's all stuff that'll be adjusted, you know. It's definitely nowhere near final situation with those things. No, I needed it. I have older monitors and it was dark at night. Yeah, man, I think there's a bug I think there's like a lighting bug in Wormsbane right now or something. That it just like turns off everything. Let's see if I can find it. It's like really annoying. It goes like, it makes everything pitch black, and I can't like move at all. There. As soon as you get into the bridge, it's totally black, and I can't see anything. Like it's like blacker than. It's like, it's not even like just like low light. It's like completely black. There's like no indication of where to go. Oh man. But I think that's a bug, because that's like there's some lighting issues in this zone right now that Pattis is working through. You can even see it when I'm like coming up these ramps and stuff. You can see the lights are like flickering on and off like that. That's not supposed to happen, obviously. I feel like wherever you are, like, my personal take on it anyway, like that light, see, like this light is right here, so wherever you are, like, it should be giving off light, right? So I'm okay with being in a dark area, as long as there's got to be something somewhere to give you some sort of indication of where to go. Hang on, let me get rid of these guys. Oh man. There's got to be some sort of indication on where to go to kind of feel your way out of the dark. Because if you're just like, it's totally black and there's no way to navigate that, you know. So I think that's too much. I'm all for like spooky dark and everything, but I'm not a fan of, you know, making it kind of like, this is like impossible. Like, even when I turn around to where the torch is, you know, it's not working. You can't see it. So it's definitely a bug. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, Harrison's working on that. He's doing a bunch of lighting stuff on this area. Actually, if you go outside, I'll give you guys a sneak peek. I don't know if Pattis is showing this off yet or not. I think Pattis is working on some lighting stuff. Post-processing volumes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know. What was he doing last stream? I don't know if I caught his last one. Will we be able to craft torches and lanterns? I think so. I think torches are... I think torches and like campfires are going to be like part of like a survivalist crafting skill. Pretty sure you'll be able to make torches. So, but yeah, I agree with you, Cypher. I think there needs to be, like, if we're gonna make stuff so dark, we need to like be able to like have more tools, because like a lantern is like Pattis just like did some cool shit, so there's more, it's nicer lighting, there's like some volumetric lighting here and stuff. It's really cool. But in terms of the lanterns, they're like 10 plat, and until you can buy one of those, you're just like living off of torches you find, which is, you know, it's kind of hard to find them sometimes. So there just needs to be ways to like get light sources when you need them, not without like compromising certain like challenge in the game, but like, you know, like I said, it's something that we're still working through. But I agree with you guys. That's my point. I don't want to make it like, you know, just trivialize the dark either, because it's definitely a part of the game. It's like a core part of our game, not just like in terms of aesthetics, but also gameplay. Obviously, with the lanterns and everything. But I just feel like there needs to be tools available to deal with that problem. At least tools that you can get your hands on that are reliable at a decent point in time, right? Like, unless, because like when you start a new character, it's going to take you a while to find something. Like, unless you get really lucky and you find like a skeleton with a torch. But even if you do, that's gonna burn out, you know, in like half an hour or something. So you need a way to like replace that, or you just need to purposefully run around in the dark to save your torch, which nobody's gonna do. I think off the bat, a lot of people that are coming into the game fresh won't even know that the torches will go out. So they'll just run, they'll get a torch, they'll be like, sweet, I got a torch. And then they'll just run around with it and then it'll go out. And they're like, what the hell? So, and then they won't know, like, yeah, unless there's a way, unless there's like a big store that says, torches here, you know, or just like some other something that's like, I don't know, makes intuitive sense on how to get new sources of light or something, or just have fire beetles drop their eyes more frequently, or I don't know what the answer is, but I just agree that I think there's some tweaking that needs to happen there to kind of smooth it out a little bit, in my opinion. Flashbacks to Shadowgate with torches going out. Hey, Citizen DJ. Fire beetle eyes were helpful at low levels, but not being able to kill them yourself at level 1 was a problem. Yeah, that's another thing too. Like even if you're like, oh yeah, I know I could get like a fire beetle eye reliably off of a fire beetle. Like it was like let's say it was 100% chance drop rate for a fire beetle to drop their eye, and you could get a light source easy. You can't do that at level 1. You can't even do that at level 2, unless like maybe with a group or something. But you have to get a couple levels, like several levels, before you can like just solo a fire beetle, depending on your class probably. But they're not pushovers. At any rate, we're on to the claws now. I wonder if I can teleport to... I cannot. Alright, I'll just stay here and I'll punch stuff. Hear rumors of campfires on a stream. Yeah, I think we'll be you'll be able to craft campfires. I think it's been brought up before. I'm pretty sure it's going to be part of like a survivalist trade skill thing or something. Maybe new characters could start with a torch to have a bit of a buffer to find a secondary light source. EverQuest humans and erudites, they started with lanterns, even, but and they never went out either. right? So I don't think we want to give people a free lantern. Although I don't know, like maybe it would make sense because the lantern does go out, but you can like refuel it. So, and like other races are gonna get night vision and shit. So maybe it would make sense to give lanterns to like humans, and like one little fuel cell. Yeah, just a little, and it could be like a shitty one too that isn't even as bright as like a regular lantern. I don't know. That seems fairly reasonable to me. But I mean, maybe that like kind of obliterates the need or the importance of torches. I don't know. So why would you? I guess you would use a torch if you couldn't afford to buy more fuel for your lantern and it went out or something, or you're just trying to save it. Like I guess it wouldn't totally obliterate, but it definitely would make them less desirable, I suppose, or less than they are now, perhaps. Okay, let's go to our claw. So we this is gonna be fisty. What are we calling stuff? I guess these are all gonna be like one-handed weapons, right? Fist one, fist one. Does that make sense? Not gonna have a two-handed fist weapon. That'd be kind of interesting, actually. Do you think a batleth is considered a two-handed fist weapon, or is that like a sword? At what point does it stop being a fist weapon? When you can't hold it with just one fist? Because a batleth is kind of just like a big, like one of those crescent punchy things that were in Kunark. Is a hot dog a taco? That's definitely a two-handed fist weapon, I'd say. I like thinking of them like that, and that's how I'm gonna continue to think about them. That's my life now. Shit, are we gonna? You know what? I'm gonna, just for safety's sake, I'm gonna do one-handed fist weapon, just to leave the door open for two-handed fist weapons. If we ever think of something, or just straight up use a batleth. FBX. It's like being a barbarian and running through the tunnel into the next zone, and you don't have a light source at night. Roll need agreed on Fire Beetle Eye. Hey Grix. Still waiting for my necromantic skull bullseye lantern. I don't think Bones would appreciate that, Nicodemus. I feel like he might have some choice words. Or not, because he's a pretty quiet dude. Maybe he wouldn't say anything. I'm sure he would think some things, though. Okay, what do we do? What did we do? Let me see. We did punching on that. Okay. Punch. Punch offhand. I don't even know what texture I'm using for this right now, but going with that one. Will fist weapons always be slashing weapons? Or would you have heavy gauntlets, like, that do blunt damage? I don't know, like, I don't know what the deal is with fist weapons, honestly. Personally, I think they should be, it makes sense for, like, if they're fist weapons, it makes sense that they're all, like, hand-to-hand skill. Even if it has, like, a blade or something, just because, like, I just want to make something cool, but it, like, functionally, it's still a fist weapon, and I think it should still fall under that, that category, but I don't know what Nick wants to do, or the powers that be, whoever's in charge of that. I don't know what they want to do or whatever. Bones is happy you mentioned him. I won't be able to get that grin off my face without moving his jaw. I really like the tales, the adventures of Bones and others. Those are fun. Where are we here? I think I finished. Yeah. I think this is good. Okay, let's go back to this. Makes sense. It might not be worth the trouble to differentiate between slashing and punching. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what makes sense. To me, it makes sense to just have multi punching. Isn't that what, like, other games do? Like, WoW has the whole, like, fist weapon skill. EverQuest, it just fell under the hand-to-hand. I don't. Do you know if skeletal minions will be able to be renamed at some point? I wasn't sure if that was the design decision. I think they will be, Nicodemus. I just don't think it's something that is high priority enough to be, like, set up yet. But I fully expect being able to rename your pets being a thing. I personally would like it to be a thing, so it's something I would push for. But it's just not one of the high priority items that is going to get done, before other things. So, like, I imagine we would, I don't know if it's part of, like, UI, user interface adjustments, like, or what the deal is. There was some stuff that was recently done to the pets. We got a pet window, and the pet window has, like, the abilities of your pet in the window. But I mean that like naming your pet is like something entirely different as well. So I don't know if that's just a tangential thing they would just kind of be able to do while they're doing that. I'm not sure what's involved with that feature, but yeah, I don't think it's like something that is something that needs to be done right away. I'm sure it like, could be done at any point, I imagine, but I'm not sure. I think most games just consider most games just consider it the same thing regardless of the graphic. Yeah, that's my thinking as well, and that's what I think. It just makes sense to do, and I think we should do the same. That's how I had been thinking of it. So, regardless of what it looks like, it's just a fist weapon. Will we gain experience from crafting? I don't believe you'll be able to get experience, like character experience. The only gain for doing crafting is like skilling up your skill in that craft, and then of course the item that you create from it. But I don't believe there's any plans to get like regular adventure experience from crafting. And I don't think there isn't any sort of like unless they're going to do some sort of crazy revamp on crafting, you don't like have crafting experience like Vanguard has or something. So it's very much parallels of EverQuest in that department at the moment. But I know Luna and Ollie are both big crafters. So, and I know they have big plans for the crafting system. I just don't know. I don't know all of the things they're planning. I couldn't tell you because I'm not a crafter. I don't really pay attention to that stuff so closely because I'm just like, Wake me up when you get diplomacy. It's all good, I understand. Bones will be pleased to hear he's on the list. Yes. Bang, bang. Cool. What kind of fun colors do we have to play with here? Oh, is that a... Oh shit, there's a name that spawns here. What? I didn't know that. That's cool. Got my claws all red now too. It's hard to see though. I need like I said, the texture of all these weapons that we're going through, like, it's not the best right now. I wanted to just get everything set up first, because it's like kind of a laborious tech thing. It's not super like amazingly fun or interesting to just like set up all the prefabs and stuff. But once that's done, it should be pretty straightforward and easy to just like do all the textures and go like replacing them and stuff. So I just want to get this part done. So the textures are not how I want them to be. Okay, so test trainee Shira. I'm just gonna keep them red. Fuck it. Change them when they get a texture, I guess. Okay. So, claws done. We've done axes, we've done swords, we've done spears, we've done staves, we've done fists. So all we have left are mace, dagger, scythe, bow, I guess bow. And I guess I'll do tools as well. Although that's... I might just leave those out for now, actually. So we got four more things. Just a lot of maces. What do we got here? Dark buckler. That's neat. Okay. So what do we? Let me think. I could do the dagger real quick. Perhaps. Scythe. None of these have. Actually, maybe I'll do the maces next. Actually, these guys actually have. Bone ones have textures on them. This one has the texture too, actually. So, could be interesting, I suppose. However, I need to go to the bathroom real quick, so we're gonna do a little bit of a AFK here, and then we'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Making a little bit of cookie here. Hey MCP Live, welcome, man. Yeah, I love that frog too. I want to clean him up. I want to clean him up a bit more, and do a better job of animating or rigging him up, and then I have that troll. My plan with the troll was to kind of do the same thing with the froglock, and then I'd have two of those guys, and I could do like some sort of little fight scene with them or something. I just haven't really finished the troll, and then I would need to go through and, you know, redo the frog a bit more as well. But it would be cool to have those two guys just punching each other. Okay, so let's go to the maces. And we'll make this guy Mace 1. One-handed mace. So what? Okay. Boom, done. And then we'll do this one is 2. I want to change this one a little bit so it's a little bit bigger and more mace-like and stuff. It looks like a weird kind of wand or something right now. And then, so this guy is going to be two-handed mace, 1, and this is going to be two-handed mace, 2. See how that works? Oh, fancy. Okay, and then we I don't think there's anything I need to do with this. I already kind of cleaned this up. So just export. Go to this guy, change the name of that. Need to get the animations from the Matrix for your frog. Yeah, that'd be cool. Have him do that a jumping kick thing. Okay. Go back to prefabs, duplicate this guy. Okay. One-handed mace. Mace offhand attack. Where did that go? One-handed mace. Weapons. Hammer basic. We'll just change that. And boom. Done. I think this this mace that we have here, this would be a good two-handed mace. War Maul. I think I might make this a two-handed one. It looks like we have like a two-handed hammer, like Maul. But I'd like for the one-handed one, I think it would look better if it was different, I guess. But yeah. We'll see though. Let's just do this. So we need to grayscale. Two-handed weapon. Okay. Oh, yeah. So yeah, we definitely can't use this for both because this is a two-handed, and it's using one-handed animations. So I guess this works as a one-handed weapon, though. It's not too bad. It's a little bit goofy, though. Still, in my opinion, maybe I'll make the handle a little bit thicker or something. Go to the staves again because I have that one-handed wand that looks okay, honestly. Let's see how big that one was. The scepter. Yeah, that's. I think I'll use this. It's just the same, a little bit thicker. Maybe move it down a little bit more too. Is that the one you want to make two-handed? Yeah, this one. This is the one I was thinking. Like if I made it bigger. If I made this bigger, like a hulking two-handed thing. It seems like it would be it's like a good design. It's like just like a flat kind of block of a thing. Like, I think that would makes sense to make a two-handed thing. But I think also like it's not bad. It's not bad as a one-handed one. I think it just needs to be a little bit shorter and a little bit thicker, a little bit shorter. So I think after we reload here, it might look better. It might work. So let's try this again. Solid design would look awesome with the right texture. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I think just depending on what wheel type it's supposed to be, I think just altering it a bit would help it balance it more. So we'll see how this looks. And if it still looks kind of weird. Maybe I'll just replace it with something. I'll probably do that later though. I think either way I'm gonna roll with this one for now, and then I'll make a two-handed one out of it as well, I suppose. Yeah, I kind of like that. I think that works. That balance. The balance is kind of nice. I'd almost make this a little bit bigger even. Like I would make it like this. Make this one a little bit smaller. Kind of like a... I think it's weighted on one side. What do you think of that? Get out of here, Dunes, madman. What are you wearing? What is this? You look ridiculous. Got nothing for me. This is not Monsters and Memories. Dudes out here with monsters all around picking fights with random guys. Yeah. Trying to decide if I want to get rid of some of these hard edges. I think I do. Let's go with that. That seems more like a hammer to me. I don't know, maybe I exaggerated this one a little bit too much though. Maybe I just need to bring it in. Like this. That looks good. It might look better if the edges are rounded. The size, rounded how? Like beveling the edges like this? This? I don't know, this is kind of, might be a little bit too, I mean, that looks good, but like, wondering if it's too, instead of the impact point being a straight square, the corners are a bit softer. No, I don't think, I think that makes sense. I'm thinking in terms of like style or style choices always make things chunkier, so like lower poly. So I'm just questioning if this is adding too many polys or not. I guess I'll go with this until somebody yells at me about it. I don't know if that's too many. Let's go with this. Let's go with this for now. Good enough. We can always change it. I just heard send voice in my head for a second. Sean's voice. Oh. Yeah. You don't think it looks good, MCP? I'm just gonna go with this for now. We can change it. If it's not chunky enough. Okay. It's okay to not like it. You guys can be honest with me. I'll only pretend to ban you. I won't actually do it. I mean, I've banned John like at least 10 times by now. He's still here. It's not as good as the Lucklin XR, but good. It's not as good as the Lucklin XR. You just trying to get yourself banned, dude? How dare you? Okay. Of all the most tragic of things that happened to the Ixar with the Lachlan model, it was that hat that they gave them. The plate hat thing. Because like the original model, like custom helm, it was, you know, it was kind of cool. It was like a mask thing. I was kind of into that. But then they changed their head shape, and then they gave them the female version, which is like a croissant, like a pink croissant on your head. And I like croissants, but I don't want them on my head. All right. So that's actually a two-handed mace. So we need to actually not use that one. And this, I bet, is a two-handed weapon as well. Oh, this is not. What the heck? Interesting. Okay, we can do that. I think that one should this one should definitely have like a different. Well, it says Warhammer, so maybe not. But more of a cake man, I hear that. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna put in two-handed, preemptively doing a two-handed mace here and here, because I'm gonna make those in a second here. Warhammer. Uh-oh, I've just been attacked. What do we got here? Is this one-handed? Right on. This texture does not really flatter this hammer very well right now. It looks kind of... I might get in trouble for this being too non-chunky, honestly. I might have to go back and remove some chunk, I think. I don't know, it seems kind of rounded. But maybe the texture will help illustrate it better or something. But for now, it is what it is. It do be like that sometime, friendo. Hammer and chisel. What is this, I wonder? Is this like some tool? They look like they could use... this might be a tool of some sort. I'll have to make a like an actual like crafting type hammer as well. Seems like. So this is going to be the two-handed one. So is this one, looks like. Bronze mace. This is, I'm sure this is a one-handed. Rusty mace, probably. Warhammer, that's a two-handed, or one-handed as well, right? So the ones were Spanner hammer. It's got a club thing. What does that look like? Okay. That looks like a torch or something. Doesn't really look like a club. I think all these are one-handed now. It doesn't say two-hammer. It's probably not two-hammer. I'm just gonna go off of that. I'm just gonna go down the list here. Okay. No drop. Primary, secondary. Alright, so now I need to do a two-handed version of this. Also, I'm gonna go back and I'm just gonna do this right now. Before somebody yells at me. I'm gonna chunk this up a little bit again. Very bad at filling in that easy hole. Somehow it decided it was gonna just be an idiot about it. Okay. And then we have another one-handed one actually. Might as well do this one too. Isn't a spanner like a wrench in shape? So that spanner club is just a giant wrench. Well, this one is this one I'm making right now is a bone. But yeah, the spanner club would just be a wrench. Now we're talking bone clubs. Yeah, we have a one-handed one and a big honkin' two-handed bone club. Oh man, I'm starting to feel it now though. This has been a lot of work going through all these. We're at 4.5 hours now of just doing this. And I was working on this a little bit before I started the stream as well. So I was hoping to get through all these just today, but might not be able to finish all of them. But let's see. Let's try and finish the maces, and then maybe I'll just do the dagger real quick. And then I'll just do the other two, like the bow and the scythe, later on tomorrow or whatever. So just my back is killing me. It's starting to kill me. me save this. So I have this mace, but I think I want to make a two-handed version of this guy and make this mace one. So let's do that. How does this two-handed club look on a character? I can show you in a sec. Let me finish this. Where's the two-handed? I want to pull up the two-handed sword as well. Oh, actually, you know what? Not the sword. Give me the axe. I want to see a scale comparison here. I can make it as big as the axe. Are you going to make a big honkin' chunky? Just thinking out loud. So Z Wielder? Is that a two-handed sword? I saw that someone was talking about that before. It is just the largest two-handed sword. Well, we have one already. I just made this guy. I don't know if this counts. But I made this one. I mean, we already had this. It was actually bigger, and I made it a little bit shorter. But I think it was like a little bit too big for the characters, so I shrunk it a little bit. So we got our Mace. That's the proper oh shit. To re-export this. One-handed mace. Oh, one. Handed mace. Oh, two. One-handed mace or two-handed mace. Two-handed mace. Oh, one. And two-handed mace. Oh, two. So two-handed mace, one. This guy is going to be. I guess we'll do this. I'll call it that one. One-handed mace O2 is this one. Already in there. Okay. Just dump all of these in there. What? Okay. Google says a Zwolder is about 213 centimeters or 18 freaking or freedom units. Hey Lisava, is it late? I usually go until 9 o'clock my time. We're about like 15 minutes away from that. I think if anything, it's I started early. But it's also Friday, which I don't normally do Fridays, but I didn't stream yesterday, so this is kind of a makeup stream anyway. So what do we got here? Let's jump into the two-handed one there. Where did we put that one? This one? So this is Mace two-handed. Two-handed mace. That's using the right one. More or less. 5 more hours. 5 more hours. I had like, if I was able to like sit more comfortably, maybe I could stream for longer. It's just like at a certain point my back just starts to hurt and I'm like, Know what I mean? I'm an old man. Where did we put this guy? Two-handed mace. I'm glad you decided to stream today. I missed everyone else's streams this week due to work. Thought I was going to miss out completely. Well, I stayed up all night Wednesday night just so I could cancel the stream on Thursday because I knew you were missing out, Nicodemus, and I didn't want you to miss out. Looking out for you, man. Why is this like this? Let's get rid of that. Thanks, man. I appreciate. Yeah, I got you. All right, so I think this one is set up now. I think we're good to go. Let's pop on and I already named everything properly, so this should just work. Strange Luck have frying pans as weapons in there. Yeah, we got the halflings coming up, so we're gonna have to get some frying pans, I think. So let's grab this guy. Summon that bad boy. Time set 10 AM. Reload zone. Looks like it's already sort of loaded though, which is good. Look at that fucking beast of a mace, dude. Holy shit. That's gonna do some damage. That might be too big, honestly. I think I might have gone overboard. Like for how fast the animation plays, it might be too big or something. Oh my god. Yeah. Die, you fiend. Whammo. Yeah, I think I'll make that shaft a bit bigger, like you said. It's not a bad idea. Although, like, how big the axe looked fine. Why is it? It's like the same as the axe, isn't it? It's a little bit smaller, I guess. Okay. Well, let's fix that. Two-handed mace 01. I don't know. That was such a small change, it might not have been enough actually, but we'll see. Should the axe in the mall shafts taper toward the held end? Better towards the head. I don't know. Depends on the weapon. I'm sure there's different designs and stuff. I don't know if that's really a noticeable change or not, but that, I don't know, it seems okay. I might just leave it like this and then we'll, I don't know, that seems okay to me. I always make it bigger, but I think part of it is just, you know, the animation being the animation. Hey Sparrow. Doing okay. You guys playing P99 tonight? Saw the stream going, but I was streaming too, so I couldn't watch. Let's see. Let's go with one-handed mace number 2. And then this guy goes here, and then that guy goes here, this guy goes there. It's all very complicated. Mace one-handed. Mace offhand. Oh, why didn't that? I already have this one. Oh, I do, because I didn't change it, because I'm a dummy. There we go. This one actually, I have the bones one. Should go there. Right on. Grads on 25. Like any cool songs? I played a bard at one point. I think it was on the live server back in the day because I had a Vashir bard, and I only got him to like level 30 before I never touched him again. Okay, what else do we need here? One-handed mace. Do I have a... I have the bone one here, right? This one? I did like the Vashir as like a race, so they're pretty cool. They had some cool looking armor and stuff. I like playing races with tails. It's just fun to watch the tails kind of, you know, if the animation is done well, it can be like kind of soothing, I guess, to some extent. I don't know, or just enjoyable to watch the flow of it, you know. Okay, I think we're good on this now. Let's log in and try it out. I know there's like a bone. Let's search for bone. So I think there's yeah, there's these guys. There's some bone weapons that already exist. Hey man, it's why I like the. It's why I like. It's one of the reasons I like Ixar. You know, they're just cool, but like the tail. I like that Ixar tail. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, speaking of which, actually, check this out, Sparrow. I am in Ashira now. Behold. I got the tail. I think it's just kind of like flop a little bit side to side as well. But other than that, it's cool. It's good. Got a cool cast animation too. Yeah, it's more fun when they run a little bit faster. You even sit down. It's crazy. Oh fuck. Feign death. I need to grab one-handed mace 2. I need to put that in. Let's try this one first. Oh, can't use this. Tragic. Ashira playable race. Preview of coming race. Do they bark at the moon? I don't think so. Jackal characters confirmed. Print the headlines. I would hold off on that. Can I use this thing? What is this? Bone idol. Okay. Oops. Reload. Zone. Now that is a bone mace. Look at that. That looks way better. All right, let's actually look at it on a human so I can actually see. Yeah, that looks better. I wish I was a Shadow Knight right now so I could wear this other thing and I'd have 2 bone maces. All right, so those are good. I'm gonna change that actually to Mace. So it's not a scythe. Do we have like a scepter? Mace. We had like a... Oh, we do. Nice. Let's do this. Hopefully that's the right icon. Hey, we got it. Good, solid, and easily identifiable shape. Yeah. Yeah, well, it was the one before, it was a little bit too small, and the bone, the top here was like, I exaggerated this little extra bump here to make it look more like a mace type thing. And it also kind of helps it look like a bone more so as well, which is good. So I just kind of exaggerated things a little bit more. And it looks okay. It looks pretty good. So it's better. Okay. So we got those out of the way. What's this? Do we have any other bone things? I guess it would show up here otherwise. We got the two-handed one. This is what it looks like right now. I didn't change anything on this one, so it's still going to look like that actually. Yeah, that's what I think Grix, you were wondering what this looked like. This is what it looks like. I might actually exaggerate this some more, just like the other one. I think it could do with some more exaggeration, honestly. Because like when I made it, I was kind of like a little unsure what we're doing with it and stuff. Yeah, let's do that. we have this one? Where is this? Okay, it's here. All right, we got it in there. Let's just pop this. Like that. Go back to weapons. Two-handed bone mace. Rad. So let's just throw the texture on there, and then we need to go to weapons. We have bone mace two-handed already. Let's change the name of that. That's not the right one. That's not the right one either. Where is this guy? Oh, I didn't name it. That's why. There we go. Delete this one. Delete this one. Two-handed mace, so two. The femur almost seems like it was made to be a club. Checks out. It's looking real good. Nice work. Thanks, Grace. That femur must have come off something with massive muscles. A greater trochanter is chunky. Yeah. I won't tell you what it drops off of, but it's a large thing. Sorry, folks. I tried to pray some. I mean, I think actually it's hard for me to judge sometimes, like how much stuff people know, because we're so open about stuff, and there's a lot of, there's people in the, friends and family that are in there like murder and everything all the time, so I just don't know if like it's been said or not, so I just didn't say nothing. I think this is this 2. Let's just do this. Yeah, well, I think oftentimes like Nick gets mad at me for saying, like, when I say too much. So just trying not to get yelled at, man. Whoa, wait. Does this have the right animations? He's like swinging it with one hand. What's going on here? Did I put the wrong... Going... Look how strong I am. My goodness. Might have put the wrong animations on that one. Yep. Two-handed. And we don't need an offhand for this, so this is the two-handed one. My bad, Mario. Okay. Cool. Okay, so we got those. There's another... I have a third mace here. It's a two-handed one. I want to put that in as well, but I was gonna put like some spikes on there or something as well, or whatever. Perhaps. However, I think I'm done for the night, guys. I was gonna do maybe that one and the dagger as well, but like I think I'm kind of beat right now. This 5 hours, 5-hour stream. It's not bad, but yeah, still a couple more things to do there, but probably gonna do those later. We still have we have 2 bows, we have 2 scythes, and then the dagger, and then that's it. That's all the weapons. Plus, I guess any other extra ones that I pop in there. But of the ones that we have, those are the last 5 that I just need to set up. And then after that, it's just like texture work and stuff as well. So definitely not getting through all of this tonight. Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna head off, call it here. Murdering is such a harsh word. I like to think of it as population conservation. Look at all this stuff. Wow, I did so many things today. Jesus. It's a big change there.
Quick question. When was the last time you hit save?
Keep swinging it one-handed like that, and you're gonna get just as jacked as whoever dropped that bone. You're not wrong. Thank you for taking us through this journey. Yeah, but thanks for hanging out with me, guys. It's always fun. It's always more fun, you know, when folks are here hanging out and chatting and stuff. And you guys get to see what's going on. And I get to, you know, chat with folks. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. And I'll see you guys next week. All right, we'll do it again. Do it again sometime. Okay, I'm off. You guys take it easy. I need to get an actual like ending credit screen as well, but this will have to do for now. All right, see you guys.